think that's where I want to be here. Oh, yes, I forgot to do this here. Just do a little clap. Okay, good afternoon. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and once again, today we're going to attempt to recreate another artwork by another one of my favorite artists. Today we're going to be doing 3 drawings by this incredible artist who we've looked at previously, Gabriele Münter, and we're going to start out with a relatively simple drawing, and then we're going to go to a little bit more advanced drawings and potentially create a drawing that we could use for a future painting based on an existing painting by Gabriele Münter as well. So, and this is the previous episode we did here, this sunset painting that I love so much, and I saw a number of you on the Facebook group who have done that one as well. It makes me super, super happy. So maybe let's, before we spend too much time here, I just want to jump into covering kind of the plan for today's episode. Oh, that's the, okay, that's the painting we're going, one of the, I'll just show you right up top. That's one drawing we're going to do. That's another drawing we're going to do. And then this is another one. It's kind of hard to see, so here's a little bit of a slightly different version there. It might be slightly more visible, but it's based on this painting. Or, well, she based the painting on the drawing. But, of course, yeah. So, okay, so let's talk about the plan. What we're going to do here in just a couple seconds is talk about how difficult these drawings are going to be and the materials required. We're not going to do an image transfer, but we're going to do a warm-up drawing. Then, I'm not sure, do we need, we'll talk a little bit about Gabriele Münter's biography. We did that last week, so, yeah, I gotta change this. Some of this needs to be updated. Okay. So let's also just quickly remind everyone to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Somewhere between 60 to sometimes 90% of the people who watch these videos are not subscribers to the channel. So just hitting that little button doesn't cost you anything, but transforms my life and the channel dramatically, helps us reach far more people. And wouldn't it be great if more people had access to art education and more people were making art and expressing themselves in positive ways as opposed to many other negative ways that we see in society today? If you want to support the channel with a small donation, $5-10, you can use the PayPal link there. You could scan the QR code on your phone. It'll take you right there to this page where you can safely, securely donate to the channel. Other ways you could donate is through e-transfers or send a check in the mail. You can contact me through my email, which is on the Facebook group and my website. Those links are down there below. And speaking of the Facebook group, I encourage you to join it if you haven't already. You just have to answer a couple quick little questions saying that you're not going to destroy the world. And that will take you to this page where once every 6 weeks or so I go through everything on the Facebook group and give people free advice on how to improve their artwork. So let's go here to the scale of difficulty. So there's lots of different levels, going up or down depending on the way you want to think about it, as to how where you might be in your creative journey. If this is the very first drawing that you've ever made, I think you could try doing, especially the first drawing we're going to do, I'm going to try to go as basic as possible, so that might be something you could try doing. And then as we go, we're going to get a little bit more complex. But I think the methods I'm going to show you should mean, even if this is your first drawing, you could tackle it, you could try it, and just know that, you know, if this was a bicycle riding class and this is the very first time you ever got on a bicycle, you probably wouldn't expect to win the Tour de France immediately after completing the first lesson, right? So as long as we keep our expectations in check, I think a beginner can do really any of these episodes. So our first drawing I'm going to keep as a beginner, and then the next one might be kind of between novice, intermediate, and then our final one will be an intermediate. So we're going to kind of build up in complexity as we go here. Whoa, my goodness. Look at all of the comments. Senga there. Hi, Senga. Oh my goodness. Shubham says it's 2:30 in the morning there in India. My goodness. What are you doing up at this time? Go back to bed. Senga says it's 22. What is that? That's 10 o'clock at night. Okay. Well, it's better than midnight. I usually do these at 4 o'clock, but I wanted to do a little bit earlier today. I like your the lyrics to the theme song, Senga. I like that. Great. Yassine. Hi, Yassine. Nice to see you in the chat. Yes, it's been a while. Great to see you there. Sing says, I love the painting. That painting, especially the tiny one, it's so dramatic. Oh, you sing the theme song to Come On, Eileen. Okay. Oh, yeah, sorry, I haven't got back to you, Senga. Stephanie says, hi, Red, I guess I'm not late. No, you're right on time. And there's Ari. Wow, got the whole band back together. Okay, but let me get rolling here. Otherwise, I'm going to spend the whole time just looking in the chat. Let's talk about materials that could be required to do this. Now, one of my favorite things about drawing is just the barrier to entry is about as low as it can get for a hobby or even a profession. Essentially, and I'll just before I go into that, maybe I'll just let you know there is a handout that you can download from the Dropbox, which has lots of information about drawing and painting, in case you're thinking about going beyond just our drawing classes and you want to try doing some painting. But look at this. This is all you need. All you need to do today's episode: pencil, paper. Now, you may find it helpful to have an eraser, and maybe some colored pencils, maybe a kind of a nice sketchbook. This is my preferred kind of sketchbook because people always ask me what's the best kind. The best kind, well, there's not really a best kind, it's the best for you. But this is my personal favorite. Some people prefer, like I like these with the spirals on there because I can take my sketchbook and I can rotate it right around. And I like drawing in museums and stuff, so this is something I personally prefer. But lots of other people prefer, you know, bigger or smaller sketchbooks, some that are kind of bound, like a hardback novel kind of thing. And some have thinner paper, some have thicker paper. So I just encourage everyone to experiment, try different sketchbooks, go to your local art supply store, just feel the paper. You know, and then finally invest in one. You know, probably shouldn't cost more than $25 tops for a sketchbook. I know some people will spend hundreds of dollars on like a leather-bound book, and it's like, that's great. But then often I've seen people come to my drawing classes where they have a sketchbook, but they never use it because they're worried about ruining their expensive sketchbook, and so they do all their drawings on photocopy paper, which I can understand, right? And so my little trick with that kind of thing is, instead of starting on the first page of your sketchbook, skip maybe 2, 3, 4 pages in and do your first drawing there. And that way, as you get more confident going through your sketchbook, you can be like, okay, now I'm going to use, now that I feel better, more confident, I'm going to go right to that first page and put a good drawing on the first page. So, and we might also use some carbon paper actually for this episode. So I'll show you how we can do an image transfer from our own drawing into our sketchbook, so that we don't have to worry about getting it right the first time. We can make all sorts of sloppy mistakes and yet still end up with a drawing we can be really happy with, and maybe even sell if you really wanted, right? Okay, so where's my... guess I didn't make a intertitle for this next step, so let's start our first drawing here. And our first drawing is a drawing that I love. This was originally exhibited in Gabriele Münter's first solo exhibition that she had in Copenhagen. I think it was in Copenhagen, in Denmark in 1918, during the middle of World War I. And we'll talk about why this German artist happened to find herself in Scandinavia during World War I in a little bit. But this was one of the drawings or lithographs. I'm not sure if there was an actual drawing or she just made lithographic copies of a drawing that was reproduced. That's basically, a lithograph is a kind of printmaking method, and so you might draw on a kind of a plate and then use that to create multiple copies. So there's this image. I have expanded it just using Photoshop to kind of widen the edges there so that it might fit more neatly on a regular 8.5 by 11 piece of paper, so you can decide for yourself which version you want to do. And if you did want to print this out, I should let you know about the Dropbox, shouldn't I? So you can go to this link here, and it'll take you to our Dropbox folder. And you know what? I'm just going to show you that right now. So we've got this really nicely organized folder system finally. You'll see that supply guide right at the very top, and it's all organized by artist's first name. And we're going to go right here to Gabriele Münter's #1 beginner. You can see that there's, and this is under Scandinavian Girl right there. Then the next two drawings that we're going to do are going to be under here, under #3 here, intermediate. So the poet EK and woman in an armchair writing. So just kind of a little heads up with that if you wanted to the outlines, for instance, if you wanted to draw make a painting version of it, right? So you've got all of that information there for you. Okay, so let's get started here. Okay, in fact, let's you'll notice this is the drawing we made in our previous Master Study drawing episode, this Albrecht Dürer, the young hare. And, you know, maybe even before I do that, I just want to quickly mention something about putting a spray coating on these, which is something you may want to do to protect your drawing. Because, like, literally, I haven't done this yet. And this sketchbook has been sitting open on a shelf for the past month. And I just closed it for this episode, and this is, my daughter also uses this sketchbook, as you can see. And you can see there was some lines that she once drew, and this was, you couldn't see it here before, but just over the past, since we've been airing here with this here, that little bit of rubbing has made this much more distinct. Maybe it is hard to see on camera, but if you do a drawing that you're really happy with, then you want to consider using something like a fixative to spray onto the drawing to protect it from smudges, smears. And so here's a couple different versions. You've got the Krylon version, and you should be able to buy both of these here, this Lascaux, from your local art supply store. It's sort of, the Lascaux is kind of marketed as the higher end version. Both of these should be about $10 a can, well, maybe a little bit more, but $15. I don't know if there's I've had these forever, so the price tag's probably from the 90s. So you could use those, but you could also use just hairspray. Now, if this is a drawing you really, really like, hairspray might not be the best thing because it's obviously not made to be archival. It might not last forever. But if it's just a fun drawing that you've done, but there's a lot of charcoal and stuff, and you're like, it's going to get ruined before I can get home to photograph it or scan it, then hairspray would be kind of like your quick and dirty tool. It's probably going to look fine for a year, but maybe afterwards you're going to start seeing the acidic compounds in the hairspray starting to kind of discolor the paper and the image there. Thing says, what size is your sketchbook, Michael? I got one and it's a bit smaller. Mine is a 9x12 size sketchbook. I like that because it's, a little bit bigger than your regular piece of photocopy paper, so that if you do have handouts or things, printouts that you want to glue inside here, and for those of you outside of North America, A4 paper, right, should be easily able to fit inside here. The 7x10 I think is totally fine. It's a little bit more portable, so that would be, can easily fit into like a large purse or backpack, as well as this, but it can be a little bit cumbersome. But when I'm drawing at home, I don't mind having a little bit bigger sketchbook, right? Singer says, I can't find it in the UK. Canson is a French brand, so it should. I mean, I don't know. The French and the English, have their their history, so I don't know. You can only find the 7x10. I'm sure, yeah, I'm sure they make the 9x10 inch. It's just a matter of finding it. Okay, I should get to work here after a sip of tea. Okay. So, let's, I'm going to bring the original back up here. And, I don't know, which one do I want to do? Do I want to draw the original or the expanded? I'm going to, I'll do the expanded version. If you don't want, you can just do the original and just crop a little bit off of the sides of your drawing. Okay, let's see. So what I'm going to do is rather than just jump right into this drawing and just try to eyeball it from scratch, I'm going to start out with kind of a rough version of it to see if I can maybe work out the composition a little bit. And then if I feel confident enough about that drawing, I can either do an image transfer process or just try to redraw it after I've kind of solved the problem a little bit. So let's bring these up side by side. Okay. So the first thing I might want to do, which can you see this orange? Is that going to be visible on screen? So let's say I'm going to draw this outer border to start. Okay. And then next, what I might want to do is divide this in half. And then in half again. And notice I didn't use a ruler, and you can see those aren't exactly even. But as I always say, think about what your ultimate goal for your drawing is. Is this something that we're hoping is going to end up in a museum that we're going to sell for thousands of dollars? Or are we just learning and trying to understand the basic concepts of drawing? If we're just trying to have a little bit of fun, then as far as I think, as far as I'm concerned, rulers aren't the first thing that comes to mind when I think of having fun, right? So I'm going to kind of just put the ruler to the side and be like, you know what, I'm going to be a little bit more free today, right? Okay, so that's okay to be a little bit wrong. Next, what I want to do is I'm going to look at the original image, and I want to see if I can identify roughly where the middle of this drawing is. Well, you might see it a little bit differently, but doesn't it appear that pretty much like her chin is right along that line? You know, maybe you could say it's a little bit higher, right? And maybe her neck, maybe if this is not quite there, I'd say probably we could, I'm going to put it right there. I'm going to say that should be the middle of my drawing. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start drawing a line upwards for the top of her head. Now, I don't know exactly where the top of her head is going to be. I'm just going to say for right here that maybe that's good enough for now. But I do have this tree up here, and that kind of goes across. I can block that in, and that does help me define where her head is going to go. Right? And if that's her neck, and maybe I'll just draw this a little bit further down. Right? And let's say I decide we want to go here. Right? And I'm not locked in. I don't have to keep this drawing where it is. I'm just going to kind of plug in some details here. All right, I'm looking for the back of her neck here. And you can see her head kind of comes back a little bit here. And if we think of this shape as, I don't know, what, a tombstone or something. And then she's got arms and arms. All right. There's kind of where the collar of her shirt might be. And then here's this kind of horizontal line. So I'm going to keep on going, even if I'm not sure if I'm right or not. I'm just going to put this tree in here. So I'm just... Okay, I thought the camera was focusing. There's the fans going. It's getting hot in here. Okay. Now, another thing to notice is look how there's this sort of line of the kind of horizon behind her head there. And it sort of goes in one way and then dips down behind her on the other side. That kind of thing drives me a little bit crazy. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make it go straight across. Right? Okay. And you know what? I'm just gonna draw my center line again here, just so it's easier for people to see. Okay, so now that I've got that there, maybe I should get a different color over here. Browns. What else do I got here? Okay, here we go. We'll use this red. Is that dark enough? So now I'm going to just start to try to refine this. Now I feel relatively confident that the tree is up here, right? And so that can be in place. Let's now go to her head. Now right now I've got this kind of square. So what if I round that off? And then I look at this and I go, you know what? I think the back of her head kind of comes up like this. I notice this line on her face kind of comes down. You know what? I think that should even be more like that. Notice how I haven't even drawn the eyes or the lips or anything like that yet. Because mostly what I'm concerned with is just that everything kind of fits on the page. Again, if that's the center, I would say that first button is here, almost like a little bit of a line there, right? Yeah, look at this, and I feel like maybe that needs to kind of come out a bit more. She's got her braids. Let's just make a line here for the braids. Okay. I'm going to move my horizon line down a little bit. And then we got this building back here, so let's just start out with a square. And a rectangle, and a triangle. All right, that's the main things we need there. And so what we can do is now turn this into this church. And Lib says, hello sir, I just finished one of your classes from the playlist Beginner's Intro to Drawing, and now I found you've gone live drawing an amazing picture. I want to show my gratitude for the classes. Awesome! That's great that we're able to connect live here. Thank you. Andalip, is that how we would say it? Andalip? Andalip, right? I think it would be right. Nice to see you. Thanks so much for tuning in and saying hi. Okay, so I feel like that's good enough, right? I mean, we have these haystacks. I think that's what that is, but I'm not too worried about being able to do that. I think we'll do the same thing here. We'll have something like that. Okay, so now let's come to the face here, and maybe I'll use my orange again. So typically eyes are about halfway in the middle of the head. Now I did a whole drawing course here, just like Endelope was talking about, right? And so when we do this, we want to think about putting the eyes roughly in the middle of the drawing. And then if that's where the eyes go, then the nose is roughly halfway between the eye line and the chin, and then our mouth is roughly halfway down. The hairline is roughly halfway between the top. So that's, and then our ear usually falls between the eyes and the nose. So if we look at this drawing here, her original, we could see that, you know, that eye might be, that's probably pretty close to the middle. And then this other one kind of rises up a little bit. The nose, though, I think might go a little bit higher. It might be a little bit closer to that eye. And these lips are a little bit higher. So let's see if we can kind of build this in here. Right, if we think about this being the middle of the drawing, look how she's got this eye pretty much right on that line. Right, and then if we have our nose, if that's the eyebrow, and remember I said it's going to be a little bit higher, so and then the hair. Now, this hairline in this drawing is very, very high. Right? Remember I said could be right about here. So she's playing with anatomy, right? This is clearly not a you know, perfectly proportioned classical type of anatomy here. She's taking some creative liberties. And then her hair. Okay. So let's if we look at these two now side by side, see if we can see if there's any glaring issues that could be fixed. Right? Things that, because I'm going to redraw this. Now we could use carbon paper to do a transfer onto this page. I think I'll save that for maybe the next drawing here. We'll keep this one as kind of simple as possible. But if I want to redraw this, I feel like I could, maybe the top of this head here could be a little bit taller. Let me see. Maybe I'll just zoom this in so a little bit closer. Yeah, doesn't it look like her head could be a little bit more round up there. But I feel pretty good. I feel pretty good about that. Misha says, hello everyone. Singa says, wow, mine looks like my mom when she was young. Not like the original at all. Singa says, the church is there, so I thought it was a graveyard. Ooh, that could be. That could be. Misha says, why is it in red color? Because I'm just sketching it out right now. And I just want to make you can see the different kind of stages of the drawing. I'm going to now redraw this on a new piece of paper, just sort of taking the lessons that I learned from the first one. So let's do that right now. Now that we've figured out kind of the basic structure of this drawing, let's go back or let's do a new version of it, taking all the lessons that we learned the first time around. So I'm going to flip to a new page here, and let's bring the original back up on screen. Maybe I'll just put this here. Make sure that's in focus. Okay. So that's the original drawing. Let's do it again, and this time we'll do it in pencil. And what kind of pencil should we use? Well, I've got an HB pencil, I've got a 3B pencil, I've got a 4B pencil, and I've got an 8B pencil. And, you know, typically my favorite pencil is the 2B, which would be kind of right in between, well, not quite because there is a B, but we got HB and 3B. So it's kind of a little, it's closer to the 3B there. Which one should I use for today? Well, you know what? How about I'm going to start with my HB pencil, and then I'm going to go back over my lines, maybe with the 8B. I'll go really bold here. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is I'm going to redraw the this boundary around this edge here, this frame. So again, I'm going to draw a little bit more lightly so that if I do want to erase anything, it's going to be much easier to do so. Now the next thing I might want to do, I could draw the grid again, or I could just put a little dot close to the center, which is going to make it very easy for me to erase. Maybe I'm going to make it a little bit darker for you to see. So that's basically what I did there before. But now if I wanted to erase that, it's just a tiny little dot. It sort of maybe just looks like I just dropped my pencil on the paper and doesn't really look like I was using it for any particular use, right? Same sort of thing is, you know, I could hold this, for instance, I could do this up against a window. I could take these two pieces of paper and hold this like right up to the window behind me. Obviously, I want to put this page in behind here with another paper over top, and I could just trace that image. That's another option. Maybe, should we do that today? I don't know. I don't know if I want to do that today. Well, let me think about it. Okay, but what I can also do now is now try to define a few of these things, right? So, you know, we had our, that's where the top, that tree's gonna go, all right? And if that's where the tree is going to go, then maybe that's going to be where the top of her head would be. All right, that might be where her body or torso begins. So let's now start to put this into practice. Right, so if this is going to be where the corner of her mouth is going to, or her neck and her chin meet, right? And we kind of had this go up. So I'm gonna double check and see how I've done here. I'm gonna compare the two drawings here in a moment. I just want to see how close my sketch is. It looks like I could raise this head up even higher. So let's do that. Maybe have this neck a little bit wider. Okay. So next I'm going to use this eraser, this kneadable eraser. I love these guys. And I like when they come with a little case like this, because they, if you just put it in your pocket or your pencil case, they're sure to get ruined pretty quickly. All right. So you can see I can kind of just go over and erase kind of a lot of my lines. How are we doing there? I think I decided I wanted the back of this head to kind of be a little bit bigger. Okay, and then we talked about putting the eyes roughly in the middle of the head. All right, so I'm going to divide that in half, where her nose would be halfway, or sorry, her nose, that's about 1/3. Her nose would be a little bit lower, and then the mouth halfway. Now we know that that's not exactly where they are. That's where this eye is going to be, so I'm just going to quickly lay that in. All right, eyebrow. And I said this mouth comes up a little bit higher. Got our ear back here. Braid. Okay, so that's probably hard to see on camera, but what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to gently kind of erase all, well, not all of it, but just the stuff that, because I kind of want this to look like I did this very easily without any hesitation. I'm a genius and I don't have to do all of this work trying to figure out where my lines go. I'm going to put them in the right place the first time, and people are just going to be like, wow, how did you do that? I'm like, well, I'm just a genius. Right? So this is a little bit of an artist trick here. So now I'm going to take my 8B pencil, which is going to make nice dark lines nice and quickly. The one thing is it might smudge very easily. So I'm going to use, this was the outline for our previous episode. So I'm going to use this as can protect my drawing from smudges from my hand. Now, let's see, where should we start? It probably would make people happy if we started with the eyes and stuff, because that's often, if people aren't happy with that part of the drawing, you know, if the eyes, you know, like personally, I've been drawing for 40 years, so if I'm not super concerned about this, but often a lot of people, they like to start with the face, because if the face doesn't look good, then they know that it doesn't matter what the rest of the drawing looks like. I have a little bit of a different opinion on that, but let's start there, because that's probably where most people want to start. So, because now I've figured out where all these features roughly go, let's, I'm going to put in, let's say, this first eye right here. Oh, look at that nice dark 8B pencil. Woo! Creates such a nice dark line so quickly. Okay. I got one eye in here. And then let's do this other eye. That might be a little bit too sloped for that nose. It's a little bit more straight, but that's okay. So this is smudges. I'll just show you how easy this is gonna smudge, right? Well, it doesn't look that impressive here, but in person, this, I can see as I draw a tremendous amount of charcoal building up on the surface that would easily smudge. Oh, you know what? I just noticed that that line is supposed to touch the bridge of her nose. See, I missed that the first time around. Oh well. I think life is going to be okay, don't you think? Do you think we'll all survive if that isn't perfect? I think so. I think the drawing police will let us live another day. Now she comes right up here. Now the back of her neck kind of comes up and down, so I want to capture that. See, already mine looks different than hers. That's okay. You know what? Maybe at this stage, I'm going to take my pencil, and since this is, well, you know what? Since it's getting a little bit dull, let's just, you can use this as an opportunity to maybe try to sharpen the pencil a little bit. So notice how I'm holding the pencil kind of from the side, right? I can literally hold it with 2 fingers, especially because this is an 8B pencil. Now I like to try to, when I'm shading it, try to shade in the shape of the form. So rather than just going straight across, I'm going to try to, like as if I'm combing her hair. Right, and so the comb is going around the shape of her head. Okay, now is that enough? Well, I can always darken it later on. But you know what, I'd rather get more of this drawing completed than spend a bunch of time there when I'm not exactly sure if it's good enough. Okay, let's go down to her neck down here. So we've got her collar. Oh, I guess that probably should have gone up there, but that's okay. Close enough. Now her buttons, remember we looked at this before, that first button. Go right down from that corner of her neck, and they're going to continue in this sort of curving line, right? Okay. We'll do the pattern on her clothing afterwards. And I might even want to widen some of those lines, but let's see, what should we do next? Let's get the tree in here. So this is where it might get a little bit complicated because now, I mean, I could turn my sketchbook around and draw all of that upside down. Nothing wrong with doing that, but I'm going to try drawing it with my hand just sort of floating above the paper. I could use a piece of paper like this. In fact, let's do that to start. Just so you can see, right? So I am going like this around, right? And then she's got But, you know, one thing, I remember I had a drawing teacher who used to talk about how drawing should be an arm activity or a shoulder activity rather than a wrist activity, because your whole arm is much stronger than your wrist. And if you're doing a lot of drawing, the more that it's just this little wrist movement, the more you're like, oof, man, my hand is so sore. Versus the more you're using your whole arm to draw, the more strength you have. Now, if you've never done that before and you start trying to draw like this for the first time, you'd be like, whoa, man, that makes my whole arm ache. But it's just something to kind of think about building up that strength if, as you draw, you want to do more drawing. Now, for instance, I just noticed that, you know, just putting this piece of paper over top of the surface, because I'm using this 8B pencil, it's kind of, there's a few little areas in here where the graphite has kind of left new marks. I'm just going to gently erase those, but that's the kind of danger of having any kind of pressure applied to that surface. So a better way would be to try to draw with your arm kind of suspended over the page. Now, generally that means that we might sacrifice a little bit of accuracy in order to do this. Okay, let's look at the lines on the tree here. So I think what she's done is not tried to make deliberate perfect stripes here. Because to make the wood grain, we kind of want these lines to be a little bit wobbly. And, you know, we could shade that in, but I think I'll leave that for right now. Let's go to the background here. Now, previously, remember how I drew this as a rectangle, and then I put another rectangle and a triangle up top to help kind of figure out where this goes? I might feel more confident now just sort of building this up without doing all of those internal shapes. Oh, look, I accidentally went too long with that line. Life is over. I don't know how I'll ever recover. Right? No big deal. Now, I'm just going to change that up a little bit. I'm not sure what she was drawing there. It's okay if it's not perfect, right? Okay, let's put in this line. El Supertiro says, good day. First time I've caught a drawing class live. I usually join the painting classes. And Gabriele says, are you guys drawing along? I certainly hope so. Gabriele, this is the first live one that I've managed to see since ever. Let's see, what should we do next? Let's put in, I guess they could be haystacks, they could be gravestones, however you want to think about that. I should also mention too, so this was an 8B pencil, and one of the things that's great about it, makes nice dark lines super easy, but just over, what, I don't know how, maybe 40 lines I've drawn, it's almost entirely dull. I might be able to get away with this drawing without having to sharpen it. I have an electric pencil sharpener in the other room, so we'll see if how much I can get away with without having to resort to that. Another thing I might want to do, okay, so let's say I want to capture this. There's like a hay bale or something right here, and that might feel like, oh, pretty scary trying to put this in. What I like to do is kind of use my pinky finger as sort of like a brace. And so I can put that down there. Can you see that? Let's do more of these here. We got another one. Okay, we think about this line continuing past here. That same line. So now I'm going to have another one here. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is create these vanishing points that are moving towards the background there. Or at least that's what she's drawn. If we're to think about those vanishing points, they're kind of all receding to a, where are, at least according to the logic of my own drawing. Probably somewhere up here. So if I bear that in mind, there's maybe a little bit of shading here. Now let's put the patterning on her clothes. So once again, I'm going to try to do this with my hand just sort of floating off the page if you want to use a piece of paper, but to kind of protect that. So we're contouring around the shape of her chest here, right? So notice how these lines kind of round, and then as they get around here, they start to kind of go the other direction. Oops. Oops, that might have been a bit too much. That's okay. So this is one arm right here. Let's make this wider. Okay, now I'm just gonna go back over all of my lines and maybe widen, thicken them a little bit. And this is one reason why I hesitated to sharpen my pencil, because this would be harder to do with a nice sharp pencil. You can see my pencil's now basically totally flat, so I'm gonna have to go sharpen this. Maybe I'll bring my pencil sharpener right over here. So I love this pencil sharp. I've had this for maybe 10 years and it still works great. I've done a lot of drawing, so I've used a lot of pencil sharpen, a lot of electric pencil sharpeners. If you're doing a lot of drawing, might as well just invest in an actual proper pencil sharpener, because you'll use it a lot and it makes your life so much easier. This one is the School Smart edition here, or brand, School Smart. And I bought this off of Amazon, again, at least 10 years ago. And one reason why I kind of thought it might be okay is that it was made kind of for schools, like elementary schools. And because of that, it's going to get a lot of use, and people are going to treat it very poorly. So that means it probably will stand the test of time, right? And so it does. So maybe I'm just going to mute the microphone so it's not too. It's not sharpening. I just, maybe that outlet's not. Let me just try a different outlet. Okay, the irony of me talking about how great a pencil sharpener is and how it's lasted so long, it's not working. So I guess maybe I need to get a new one. It has carried me through many years, so I'm not too disappointed. I'm sure I have way more 8B pencils, but I'm not going to get them now. So this is a 4B pencil, and I'm just going to maybe I should even point out, look how I'm using kind of the side of the pencil to do this line, as opposed to the tip of the pencil, because it's going to help me get a nice wide line here. Now you've got to be careful about how much pressure you put, because I'm putting pressure on the side of the pencil, so it makes it very, you know, it's susceptible to snapping, to breaking, because of how I'm holding it. But because this is a 4B pencil, it makes a nice dark line pretty easy. If I was trying to do this with a maybe H, in fact, let's try doing that with, where's my HB? Let's see if I can, how well this will turn out. Not bad, but it still seems kind of light, and I had to press pretty hard to get that line. Okay. Let's just compare these side by side, see if there's anything else I want to do. Maybe I'll darken her hair a little bit. You'll also notice I made a point of just sort of going over and darkening kind of her and the lines around her shape. Now I could darken everything else as well, but the darker those lines are, the more it's going to propel her forward. Okay. Gabriele says, happy to see this channel going on and growing. Senga says, I'm using a 5H to sketch. Is that okay? Yeah, I mean, 5H is like the opposite of like a 5B, right? Think of HB being right in the middle of this kind of scale. Like it's like a pH scale between acidic and base. And then P0 is right in the middle, right? And so HB is in the middle of the scale between 8B and 8H. As we go into those H for hard, you rarely have to sharpen that pencil. It makes a very clean, continuous line, like it has, because it's so hard, it's not going to dull down, so you can draw for like hours with the line staying the same width. The one thing is you have to press relatively hard with a 5H pencil to see line, especially if you wanted to. I mean, you wouldn't be able to get a drawing like this done with a 5H, right? Because you'd tear the paper to try to get it that dark. But yeah, you could use it to sketch your drawing out. Just be careful about, you don't want to press too hard, because then you're going to start getting some grooves in there, which might really show up where you're trying to do any shading. Oh, let's put her signature was on her sleeve. It's kind of crowded there now, and I got this little extra space, so I'm going to put it right down there. So I'm just going to change that a little bit. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'm going to make her collar. Oops. A little bit wider. Yeah, let's move on. This is just supposed to be our first drawing. I think that's pretty good. Right, again, I would encourage you to use some kind of fixative to spray this down so that your drawing isn't going to smudge. I think we'll even notice by the end of today's class how it's going to have left a bit of, like, just look right now, like, just so we can see. Here's the drawing. Look how clean this surface is. And I'll just do this right now. Let's just flip this. Here, we'll put a moderate amount of pressure on that side. I don't know if you can tell, but there is, you know, I can see little bits of graphite already on there. And so maybe I'm just going to erase those little bits so that they don't essentially draw on that surface. Okay. Ari says, I've just finished my oil painting of the day. I'll be more attentive now. Okay, so let's move on to another drawing here. I'm just going to move all this stuff out of the way. Oh. Do we want to talk about her biography? You know, yeah, we'll talk a little, because I didn't really show much of her work last episode, I don't think. I think I just blathered on endlessly about her life and stuff, so. Let's just take a little bit of a break before we start our next two drawings and talk just a little bit about Gabriele Münter's biography. Now, I did the previous episode where we painted this sunset image. I probably talked for like an hour and a half about Münter's life and her artwork and why she's so important. But let's just maybe do a quick little recap, and maybe I'll look at more of her artwork this time, because I think that was a little bit of a short sight, a oversight of over or short, maybe kind of both. You know, it's like either way you're not on the target, right? So it could be oversight or undersight, or okay. So Gabriele Münter was born in 1877 and dies in 1962 at the age of 85. And over the course of that life was extremely prolific, created a lot of beautiful artwork, which we'll look at here in a moment, and had a profound effect on modern art. And I think she's one of the great artists who certainly has not gotten her just due. In fact, there's few visual artists I can think of who have had more influence on art and yet are as little known as they currently are. Now, if you were to go to Germany and you were to ask people about Gabriele Münter, they would probably know who she was. She would be more like the Emily Carr of Canada. And probably if you go to Germany and you ask them who Emily Carr is, they'll be like, who's that? And you're like, oh, it's a famous Canadian artist. Sure, I can't even think of a single famous Canadian artist. It might be kind of analogous to that. Although I would say Gabriele Münter had more of a profound effect on the history of modern art than even Emily Carr did. Emily Carr has and still has a great influence over Canadian art, but Gabriele Münter not only had a huge impact on German art, but on Scandinavian art, through her relationship with Kandinsky. He began as her mentor, but she also greatly influenced him. So we could also say that Gabriele Münter influenced generations of Russian artists that maybe had no idea who Gabriele Münter was, and they just assumed that all of the things that Kandinsky was teaching them were from Kandinsky's own mind, and didn't realize it was through his 12-year relationship with Gabriele Münter. We can also say that Gabriele Münter, because of her the fact that she was the co-founder of a influential group called the Blue Rider, which we talked about last week. Blue Rider, it was a short-lived art movement that eventually turned into the expressionist art movement, more specifically the German expressionist movement. And the Blue Rider was named after one of Kandinsky's own paintings. Let's see. Okay, so we talked about this last week. This is this painting by Kandinsky called The Blue Rider, and why it was so influential. So I'm not going to go back all through that. But Gabriele Münter, at this point was Kandinsky's partner. He was married to another woman at the same time, but we won't go through all that absurdity. But not only was Gabriele Münter, a really incredible painter, but she was one of the main editors behind the kind of, I guess you would call like a zine or magazine today, that the Blue Rider group put out. So like, it was basically like this. They call it like these almanacs. They were kind of like artist manifestos. Artists used to do that a lot more back in the day. I mean, so had Gabriele Münter not really been one of the main engines behind this sort of magazine that the group put out, would the Blue Rider movement have had the same influence that it had? Probably not, right? Because this was long before the internet, and if you created something in a town like Munich, Germany, where she and Kandinsky lived for the majority of their relationship, the likelihood that that information is just going to spread organically by word of mouth to not even like Paris or let alone New York or anything, but even to just other places in Germany would be quite low. So this is one of the methods that artists used 100 years ago to get the word out about the work they were creating. So Gabriele Münter, hugely influential, and probably most people who have been influenced by Gabriele Münter, either during her own lifetime or today, have zero idea of the great debt that they owe her, right? So that's part of why I'm so passionate about this, is sort of putting her back on the radar as one of the great innovators of modern art. And we could say, when we think of like the avant-garde is a military term meaning like the forward, like the front line, basically, right? The soldiers who are, at the head, the tip of the spear, as it's sometimes mentioned, right? And that avant-garde is kind of what's pulling the greater weight of the kind of art world behind it, right? And so Gabriele Münter is right at the tip of that spear. And had she not been at the tip of that spear, who knows what would have followed, what the world would look like today had it not been for her. Okay, so what else do I want to say here? I think I've talked about her youth and her schooling. We talked quite a lot about her relationship with Kandinsky. Vasily Kandinsky today is acknowledged as maybe one of the top 10 most important avant-garde figures of all time. And yet most people, if you ask them, would have no idea who Gabriele Münter was, even though the two of them, she began as his student, although he himself said within like a couple of weeks after having met that he had nothing to teach her because she was already a fully formed artist, and they became peers and would go on painting and art research expeditions together, and very quickly after that became intimate partners, which lasted for 12 years until really the beginning of World War I. And he made many promises to her. Oh yes, I'm gonna. Okay, we're just a few more years here, and after that, that'll allow me to leave my current wife, and then we can be together. World War I erupts. He's sort of conscripted back into the Russian army, so leaves Germany, goes back to Russia. Gabriele Münter, she moves to Scandinavia, to Stockholm, and later Copenhagen, to because those are neutral countries in World War I, so it was a way for people could write letters to like the post office in Copenhagen, and or have a friend there who could kind of send the letter to Germany or any of the other countries that were not aligned with Russia. So Gabriele Münter, seeing that her partner, her life partner, is now kind of in the army that is fighting the Germans, so they're literally now on opposite sides of the front lines. She moves to Denmark and Sweden to so that she can maintain contact with her lover, right? And Kandinsky does come and visit her. They have an exhibition together. I think that was in Stockholm, and then returns back to Russia and divorces his first wife, but then marries another woman, despite the fact that he had promised Gabriele Münter that they would be together. Obviously, he flaked out on that, and that kind of sends her into, like, years of depression, because basically, again, long story short from what we talked about last week, is that she, her father became super wealthy, struck it rich in the United States, even though he was German. He went out there, met an American woman, they came back to Germany and had children, and therefore that's how we have Gabriele Münter. After he passed away, and after her mother passed away, she inherited a sizable fortune, which she used to travel around the world, and that's when she met Kandinsky. And so the more cynical of us could be like, Kandinsky found his meal ticket and was like, that's somebody who I can, like, siphon money off. And the two of them traveled around the world on her dime and got really nice apartments. They bought a beautiful house in Munich, where they lived and painted. And then they went even further south, down into the Alps and the Bavaria, where they bought this beautiful house, which is now the Gabriele Münter Museum, or Gabriele Münter House, I think, which has art residencies and stuff there. But let's see, what was it I wanted to talk about? Okay, so we're going to do this drawing here in a moment, so we'll talk about that later. I mean, I just love her use of color, which is, this looks right out of the Matisse Fauve playbook, right? Henri Matisse and the Fauve painters like Vlaminck and Derain and Georges Braque, who later invented Cubism with Picasso. But her, and so again, we can even say how much influence did the Fauves had on Münter and Kandinsky, and how much influence did Münter and Kandinsky have on the Fauve painters, because they met while they were living in Paris for a period of time, and so again, it's not always just a one-way street. Being a teacher myself, I often feel like I'm learning just as I'm getting paid to learn from my students, right? Whether it be in these classes here or in my job teaching at Emily Carr University here in Vancouver, Canada. Almost always, every time I finish a class, I feel like super inspired after looking at other people's work and just the amount of kind of excitement and enthusiasm other people have for art, especially younger people. You know, when I teach at the university, I'm surrounded by teenagers basically who are really excited about art. And you know, if after you've been around the sun a few times, you kind of get a little bit cynical about things. And when you're hanging around a bunch of like 19, 20, 21-year-old kids who are like, who think art is the coolest thing on earth, it's like, yeah, it is pretty cool, isn't it? So that's one of the reasons why, you know, I love teaching, is just being around people who want to do what I'm doing and who aren't yet jaded by the whole business of art. Let's see. Let's look at some more of her work here. Can we look at these? So here, we talked briefly, I think, last class about how Gabriele Münter was also a great innovator in the printmaking field. Some printmaking was, you know, has been around for 1,000+ years in various different kinds of forms, but hadn't really been utilized by the avant-garde until people like Münter came onto the scene. And printmaking was a great way for them to create things like magazines or zines to promote their artwork. So because you could make, instead of just one drawing that could only be seen in one exhibition at a time, you could make dozens of prints and send them out into the world. And that would be, you could trade them with other artists, and you know, an artist would be much happy if you've got 40 copies of this one drawing. It's not so precious. And then if another artist is like, that's really cool, you'd be like, here, why don't you take this copy, and then if you've got another one here, give it to me and we'll exchange it. Or why don't you mail me another drawing, and then we can start up a correspondence. So that's kind of how a lot of kind of these early modern movements got going. Like, that's beautiful. Like, look at the color in this like couch or blanket that boy's sitting on. I love that. I mean, look how bold that color is. That, I mean, that's more than even Matisse himself would allow himself to do. Right? That's pretty wild. Like, another thing I think a lot about when I look at Münter's work is how fresh and contemporary it feels. Like, if you told me that this was a painting made by a 24-year-old woman in San Francisco, like, last week, and this was posted on Instagram, I'd be like, yeah, that's what a cool painting. I want to know who that is. I wonder where her next show is. But then you're like, this was made in 1909. Like, whoa, really? I didn't know people were that cool back then. Right? I mean, look at this. Goodness gracious. That's just so beautiful. Let's see if I can make these a little bit bigger. You know, and the how she's simple. Like, look how simple this image is. Like, it's almost like a children's drawing, right? This super simple perspective. And I don't mean that in a negative way at all, that it's like a children's drawing. I mean that because Picasso himself famously said, it took me my whole life to learn how to draw like a child again. And that's what a lot of these avant-garde artists were trying to do, is trying to strip away all of the baggage, if you want to look at it that way, that they had been taught in art school, and to try to see more purely, as they would call it, without the academic lessons that they had learned. That's why actually a lot of, well, I don't know if the Expressionists did this, but artists like the Surrealists and the movement that came before that, the Dadaist artists, would exhibit their work alongside children. They exhibited their work alongside people in insane asylums, as they were known back in the day, because there was this idea that children and people who might have had some sort of mental challenge, or we would call neurodiverse people today, that those people were kind of closer to the pure art, that they weren't tainted with the society's conventions and the way things are, quote, supposed to be done. I mean, just look at that. That's so cool. And you can see the speed at which she's working here. Right, that is what I mean. I love this kind of painting. I'm not sure it's not everybody's cup of tea. I'll acknowledge that for sure. Wow, so this would definitely be something that is much more along the lines of what her partner Vasily Kandinsky was doing at this same time. So Kandinsky, around like 1907, 1908, is starting to really go into the more abstract realm. And so I find it super interesting that you have these two artists who are living together, working side by side, and Kandinsky is going more and more abstract, and Münter is like dipping her toes into that water a little bit, but then choosing to stay in a bit more of the figurative representational realm. Which is, I'm not saying one is better than the other, although my personal preference is for kind of the area that she was in. Because that same, I look at her work, and I think to myself, this is exactly what Henri Matisse was doing at the same time. And we think of Matisse as being, on the face of the modern art Mount Rushmore, right? On Mount Rushmore, the modern art Mount Rushmore, you probably have Picasso, Matisse, and then we could have a huge debate as to who the other two people might be, right? There's 4 faces on Mount Rushmore, right? So who those other two people could be, I don't know. Frida Kahlo could be right up there. Man, and then yeah, I mean I could do a whole video to talk about who would be the Mount Rushmore of art. But why is Gabriele Münter not on that Mount Rushmore, right? If we think of Matisse as being absolutely deserving to be there, and we have a woman who was doing basically this, plowing that same road into the unknown. You can to this day buy Gabriele Münter paintings and drawings for thousands of dollars, not tens of millions of dollars either, which is another thing. Like, I don't know, if I had like extra money kicking around, I'd be just buying up every spare piece of her work. You can see like her style as she's kind of changing it. We're going to do this drawing here in a few minutes. So she's really, and that's another thing I love about her, is how open she is to experimenting. And that's one of the things about most of my favorite artists, is how, they're kind of like the Beatles or Bob Dylan artists who just weren't satisfied and just kept kind of innovating and trying different things and seeing how far they could push different directions. And Münter did the same. Like, whoa, like, look at this. So this is, I can't be sure, but I would be almost willing to bet money that this is one of the paintings that she did painting on glass, which was a technique that is not particularly, you almost never hear anybody talking about this technique today at all, but it was something definitely her and Kandinsky did. Obviously, painting on glass can be problematic because of how fragile it is. So it makes it really hard for a painting that's made on glass to travel. So that would probably be the major reason why so much of that work is not very well known. That technique was not widely embraced. But what it does do is often gives like really saturated colors, like colors that look super flat. Yeah, I mean, it's. I used to do a long time ago when I was in high school and the first couple years of art school. I had my own window painting business. I painted, you know, images on A&W and Dairy Queens and all sorts of businesses. Dentist office as my own little side hustle there. And it is pretty. It's first of all, it's a really satisfying surface to paint on because it's so smooth. And then when you go outside and you look at it, everything just looks so clean and precise. It doesn't have because it basically removes texture completely. So you get these really nice, like, especially when you blend the colors. Anyway, I imagine that's probably. Stephanie says I love her work. Misha says, is that because she was a female in the male world? Oh, in terms of why she's not more well known? Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think that's the one and only reason, essentially, is because of her being a her. And if that sounds familiar, pretty much every single female artist we've looked at over the past 5 years we've been doing these, that same sort of thing has come up over and over and over again. And so that's, you know, I have a 5.5-year-old daughter. Gosh, she's almost 6 now. And so a big part of what I want to do is, because she's very creative, and that's basically the only thing she likes doing is getting her fingers covered with paint, is to show her that there's an incredible legacy of great female artists throughout history, to give her more heroes than maybe just than just Frida Kahlo. I mean, we did a Frida Kahlo painting just the other day, and she's amazing. Obviously, I love Frida Kahlo. It's just, but there's lots of other great female artists there that, you know, like Gabriele Münter, that aren't on the tip of their tongues. Senga says she only got away with being an artist because she had money. There's a bit of truth to that too, and one might say that's maybe the only reason why Kandinsky was with her either. I mean, I'm just being super cynical, but had she not had the amount of money, had Gabriele Münter not had the amount of money she had from her parents, or that she inherited from her father, it would have been almost impossible for her to do what she did. It would have been a major struggle. She certainly would not have made as much money or as much art as she ultimately did. She would have been even less well known than she is. Singer says, but she was a brilliant artist, absolutely. So, and, you know, another thing, okay, I forgot to talk about last time we did our episode on Gabriele Münter, was how important she is in the history of photography. I mean, that's why I think this woman is, like, so incredible. One of my favorite painters of all time. An incredible draftswoman. Great drawings like we're doing today, great at printmaking, and a major innovator with photography. So she bought a camera around the turn of the century, I think in the late 1800s, and used it all the time. And she took lots of photographs. I mean, I'm sure I didn't really think to bring it up now, but since this image is here, a lot of her images are based, well, not all, a lot, but many of her paintings and drawings are based on photographs that she took. You know, her and Kandinsky went on all these exotic trips all over Europe and North Africa. And you know, when she was 19, 20 years old, her and her sister went to the United States to go see where her mother was from and where her father lived, and they went all the way down from New York, St. Louis, down to Texas. You know, two young women from Germany going across the ocean, exploring the United States. How much English did they speak, if any? I mean, that's, you know, that's a pretty big journey for anybody to take, especially two young women 125 years ago. That's another thing I have a huge amount of respect for her for doing that, because that would have been pretty difficult experience. You know, it's not like tourism today. You know, things were much rougher back in the day. But, you know, so here, you know, this is Kandinsky using Münter's camera, and so Kandinsky's taking pictures of the two of them as well. Oh man, that is a beautiful painting. So that painting, this looks more like an Edvard Munch painting in the way that how soft all of these, like, the edges are. All right, so wow. Okay, I think I went through all of those. This is a kind of a fairly well-known photograph of Münter's. So I'm going to put this a little bit. Again, so this is, you know, when they went across the United States, you know, they took their cameras, her and her sister, they took all these pictures. You can see Münter right there, her shadow, a little bit of her selfie in here. Right, and this, what a weird photograph this is. Like, what is going on? I don't know, there's something, this photo, there's something weirdly strange about this photo. I don't know, but it's the way the girl's hands, like, I don't know, just something that reminds me of, makes me think of the two little girls in The Shining, and Stanley Kubrick's The Shining. All right, so what year is this? Look how beautiful that is. This looks like she's standing on like a fence in like a hotel or something, looking down at the street below. Wow. Like, again, I'm sure some people look at this like yawn. To me, I look at this and I see like the way that she's applying colors, allowing them to smudge and blur, and kind of the efficiency of mark making, how there's not a lot of lines and colors in here, but everything just feels like it's in the right place. So to me, that shows a tremendous amount of confidence. That because a lot of the tendency that most artists have is to really work the surface and sometimes overwork it. So to make a painting where that looks very kind of simple, is really tough to do, because our just natural tendency is to want to go in and fiddle and for hours and hours. And unless you've tried painting things like this, it can seem like, oh, this is like my kid could do that. So these ones, what year were just 1909? Okay, we looked at that. These little still life paintings. We're gonna do this drawing here in a few minutes. that painting. That's cool. Like, you telling me that like, does that not look like a painting that somebody did today? Right, this is a painting. I don't know that it doesn't say the date on here of this painting, but that painting looks like, you know, yeah, this is so contemporary, so fresh. Wow, like the colors on the roof here and those clouds, is that kind of gold color in there, just so beautiful. Okay, what is it? I wanted to share. Sometimes these things, they don't like it when I zoom in. So we're just gonna scroll through a bunch of these here. Like, look how so many different styles. So we'll see that there's, in this here, we're gonna see a lot of paintings of flowers, and those were mostly images that she did during slightly before and after World War II, when she was branded a degenerate artist by the Nazis and was basically prevented, or she basically had to self-censor herself out of fear of being rounded up and executed or sent to a concentration camp, because the work that she was making and she had become famous for was labeled by Adolf Hitler and the Nazis as degenerate. That anything that was kind of modern, like we're doing today, was seen as you know, running counter to the prevailing method that Hitler liked, which was known as social realism. Social realism is kind of like workers in the field digging, and oh, it's interesting. I don't know if I would never really thought of Grant Wood as being a social realist, but I guess not even that. Thomas Hart Benton, I guess. It's funny, all these are American artists. When I think of social realism, I think of communist China and Soviet Russia. I kind of disagree with almost all of these works here on Wikipedia. I mean, that's kind of more like it. These, I mean, maybe my own definition of social realism is wrong, but should not be confused with socialist realism. Interesting. Yeah, okay, so this is what I think of. This is the kind of work that, like, Hitler, even though he was not a socialist, he was a fascist, that he preferred, is these kind of just grand, heroic paintings of blonde-haired and blue-eyed people. Anyway, okay, so let's, should I, okay, where was I? You know what, we should, I should probably move on here. I've been talking about all this. We've got one drawing done. Maybe just before I move on here, I just want to just talk a little bit about, you know, her drawings and the drawings we're looking at and their kind of importance within Gabriele Münter's biography and career, her oeuvre, and kind of the wider influence on art. So if let's say we look at, so this is the first drawing we just finished. Whoa, I didn't mean to zoom in. Oh, okay. You know, what I love about this drawing is the this, what appears to be the simplicity of it, and yet also the complexity behind this image of how, you know, you look at it, and again, it's one of those things, my kid could do this. There's a great efficiency of line. There's like almost no detail, is like, and when I say that, I mean like we don't see, I mean, assuming this is some sort of like field with hay bales, right? It's not like we see all of the trampled grass, or the not grass, the dirt and the rocks here. On the tree, we don't see any other branches. We don't see leaves all over the ground. We don't even, the leaves are just done as these little squiggles. On her shirt, it's not like she's gone around and contoured it perfectly so that it looks realistic. It's all done, it feels like it's done very, very quickly. And so once again, there's like a high amount of confidence that she's exhibiting in this work. You know, she might have done 20 versions of this drawing before she was happy enough with it to make a print of it. So, because this, I think, ultimately was a lithograph. But this is the final image that she decided to put there out into the world. And yeah, and I think anyone who's, let's say, even just tried to do this drawing, which we did earlier, has probably realized, oh my goodness, this is tougher than it looks. I thought it was going to be super simple because there was just a few lines there. But those few lines have to do a lot of work, right? And so if you're, that's why sometimes a really complex drawing, which most people look at as like, oh, that's beautiful, look how much hard work went into that, can be deceptively simple in a way, because there's a lot more leeway, right? It's like, you know, it's like if you're making a big Thanksgiving dinner and you got 20 dishes on the table. Well, even if half of those 20 dishes are terrible, right? You know, most people they might notice, but they're probably not going to say anything. But they're just like, oh, I'm just not going to have any of these potatoes, but I'm just going to eat a whole bunch of this and this and this, because there's a wealth of options there. And so it's much easier to overlook the things that you don't like. Versus, you know, if you make one dish, let's say you make a soup and you serve that one soup to a friend and it's got too much salt in it or something, well, I mean, that's it, right? So it's got to stand on its own. Right? So it's harder to get away with a bad artwork if it's a really simple artwork. Now, and I also talked about, so this image was part of the promotional material for her first solo exhibition in 1918 that happened in Copenhagen. This image was also reproduced in a kind of magazine or zine, the almanac, as they were called or printed during this time. And in this magazine, she was the only German artist featured there. All the other artists were Danish artists. And again, this is during World War II, where Germany was not, you know, by 1918, Germany was sort of seen as the aggressor in World War I, and, you know, weren't particularly, you know, we might, like, it would be considering, like, today, right? Can you, like, just imagine, you know, a Russian artist exhibiting in Canada, right? Like, it's not like Russian artists or Russia is seen in the best of light at the moment. And So I just, when I see this, I'm like, wow, that's pretty cool. It just shows how good of an artist she was and how highly regarded she was, that even in Denmark, her work is being promoted and 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 embraced, even though her heritage puts her on kind of in a bit of a bad light, right? Anyway, a bit of a rant there. I just think it's just want to put that art in context. This is the next drawing we're about to do here in a few minutes, once I can stop talking and start drawing. And I love this drawing here because, once again, just like the one we did previously, there's a huge amount of confidence. I mean, look how she's the fingers that are holding this book, you know, they're not attached to sleeves and arms. We don't have her clothing. Everything's sort of floating in space. They're not even, like, her head is technically not connected to her hands. And yet it all makes sense, right? She's looked at this image and said to herself, or the person in front of her, this poet, and said, yeah, maybe her clothes aren't what's most important. It's her poetry. And so this image is based on a poet. Let me see if we can. Eleonora Kalkowska, who was a Polish poet and author. And Kalkowska was a good friend of Münter's, and so obviously she did many drawings of hers. But you know, when you think of this, like, this to me looks like Kalkowska was like doing a poetry reading or something, and standing there, and Münter's very quickly doing this drawing and looking at her and thinking, like, what are the most important parts of a poet? Is it their clothes, or is it their words? And especially when that poet is reading their words. So she's decided to kind of pull away all the extraneous, unimportant detail and focus our attention purely on the poet herself. And I think, you know, there's just something super beautiful and, dare I say, poetic about this image of you know, focusing on the most important parts that make up a great poet. So I think that's beautiful. And again, just think about this image compared to the drawing we just did, right? How one has this very childlike simplicity, like it could look like an illustration from a children's book, and then this one, which, you know, because of the lack of the torso, feels much more avant-garde and kind of daring, innovative, and also more, at the same time, more realistic, right? Like, this is, the face looks more recognizable as a kind of human, I guess, and less cartoony. Anyway, I just think that's super cool. And then the last artwork, maybe actually I'll have to bring this up as... So we're also going to do this drawing and potentially turn it into this painting in a separate episode. So this drawing might be hard to see, so that's why we've got this version here. I tried to bump up the contrast to make it more visible. But, you know, we have... Let's see. Look at how beautiful this sketch. Oh, it's interesting. Okay. So when I looked at it before, I didn't really look at it that closely, obviously. I didn't notice all of her kind of underdrawing under the drawing, right? Where she's kind of redrawn lines. Oh, you can see right there where she's moved the chin over, and the eyes. What's interesting is you can see these sort of blemishes there. Those are probably like oils from her hands during the drawing process. It kind of shows kind of where maybe either she rested her hand or where she might have kind of worked into the surface a little bit. Or maybe she was eating French fries while she was drawing this, or she put it down and ate, you know, I don't know, fish and chips on top of her drawing or something. Or a little bit of white wine splashed onto the surface. But again, this is another... Whoa, come on back. You know, when we look at the resulting painting from it, you know, so this also goes into kind of like one of the major subjects of Gabriele Münter's artwork was making drawings, paintings, and photographs and lithographic prints of other women in her life, other strong women that she admired and that she was friends with, that she wanted to highlight and promote, and she wanted to depict them in ways that made them that made them appear as like modern, emancipated women, right? So she's not making paintings of women who are, you know, cleaning dishes in the sink in a home, or cooking, or sweeping up, or even, you know, raising little kids and things. She's depicting kind of women who are pursuing their passion and dreams in life. Not that being a mother or doing anything domestic is not is lesser than. I want to make sure totally clear, but I'm just saying that you know, this is kind of radical for like early 1900s for her to be highlighting the women in around her that are taking on more, kind of defying gender roles as they were, and maybe even still to this day. And so I think that's you know, this theme that runs through a lot of Münter's work, where, you know, today we look at it, it's like, oh, that's a cool picture of a woman just sitting there writing. Well, think about a lot of the images that male artists are painting of women at this same time. Or even other women. Excuse me. Like, you have a lot of other female artists who are making paintings of little kids, of domestic scenes, which, again, nothing wrong with that. And that's because that was often the only things that women were allowed to paint, you know, during the, you know, Impressionist era, mid 1800s. Sorry. Where was I going with that before I started coughing? She was... I don't know. I don't know exactly what I was about to say there, but you know, we look at this and it doesn't seem particularly unusual or strange from our point of view, but 100 years ago, depicting women, you know, just sitting... okay, so what I was going to say is, if you look at the majority of paintings of women up until, like, I mean, geez, all the way up until, like, the 60s, almost all paintings of women feature nude women, especially if they're painted by men. I mean, there is a very famous image here. right? So there's a feminist avant-garde art group that still exists, but began in the 1970s, I think, called the Guerrilla Girls, who made their mission. They always wore these gorilla masks, but it's kind of a play on the idea of guerrilla and like guerrilla marketing. You know, like not asking for permission, putting up posters in places you're not supposed to put posters up. And this very famous image here of, do women have to be naked to get into the Metropolitan Museum of Art? So in the background, it's kind of hard to see, is 5% of the artists in the modern art collection are women, but 85% of the nudes are of women, are of females. Excuse me. I think I'm gonna have to start drawing here in a second. Gosh. So I think what Münter's doing here is just portraying modern women just going about their everyday lives, not laying around all seductive for some man to come and look at them, right? As if that's the only thing that women are here to do, is to be looked at. That these are women who have agency. That's the word I've been thinking about this whole time. Agency. They have power and control over their own lives. Okay, I'm gonna have to move on because my throat is not happy. Sorry. I'm just gonna go get a little bit of spray. Let me see. Like sore throat cough spray. Look at all of the comments here. I'm just, maybe before I quickly move on. Okay, you know, let's start drawing here. There's so many comments there. I think if anyone's got a question for me, just put it nice big bold text there. Yes, I hope I'm not getting another cold. I think it's just just talking and talking and talking that has got my throat a little bit upset at me. So let's start our second drawing here. And our second drawing is going to be this one here, the poet Eleonora Kalkowska, reading from 1926-1927. I love this drawing. So let's see if we can do this drawing. Now, how do I want to do this? Let's do the image transfer process. So, how about actually, I'm going to use, okay, so I've got this, do I want to do it this way? Yeah, let's do this. So this was the outline that I used last week to do this painting here, right? And if you recall, my daughter helped me trace this onto the canvas before her and I began painting it. So I'm going to sketch this image out onto this photocopy piece of paper so I can reuse it, and then we're going to use some carbon paper to transfer it onto the canvas so that I can demonstrate this method for people who may or may not be familiar with this technique. So once again, let's see if we can plot this drawing out. Since we know this is just going to be a rough sketch, I'm going to divide it into halves. So we got our midpoint there. And let's just sort of explore, where do you think the midpoint in this drawing is? I'd say the center of it is probably right there. And you know, if it helps, we could divide this up again, and again, and again, and again. I wonder if I can do lines on here. It won't let me kind of do these, it's not snapping to a grid. How do I should have planned this ahead, shouldn't I have? Okay, so that gives us, maybe makes that a little bit easier for us to do this drawing. So if we see that, then I can say, okay, well, this head is going to be roughly in here. All right, her nose is about here. See, I'm just sketching it out. I don't have to worry about making it perfect. Let's come down here to where the book is. And the hand. Okay, so that's, I think, probably good enough to get my drawing started. So now let's kind of go in and refine this a little bit more. Now that I have an idea of where I want things to be, maybe I'll use my blue here. So I'm going to move this nose over. So we think of this being the center of the face here. So I'm just looking at, like, where's this hair? It's a little bit higher than those lips. Look down here at our book. Alright, so I can be as messy as I want because I know I'm going to I'm going to transfer just the lines I want to keep. Then this hand, that thumb. Be a little bit big, so let's just make that smaller. Okay, I'm gonna delete all of those lines just so I can see how this looks without them. Okay. Now maybe I'm just going to take a look at these side by side. You know, my drawing maybe is it's a little bit smaller than the original. Let's get rid of these. There we go. Okay. So let's bring the sketchbook back. And we're going to transfer this onto this piece of paper here. I'm just wondering, should I do this without carbon paper? Yeah, maybe. Just for fun. If you've seen any videos on my YouTube channel, especially one where I'm drawing in a fighter plane, this is one of the tools that I use to draw in the airplane. This is just a pure piece of graphite. It's a big, thick, and then I've wrapped it with duct tape. And then there once was a piece of string that was attached to this, that was attached to my leg, so that when I was in the back of the fighter plane going faster than the speed of sound, they wouldn't fall and get loose and get caught in the joystick and the plane would crash, right? So this is one of those sticks that I used to draw in the fighter plane. So I'm just going to go, you could do this with any kind of pencil. I'm just doing this for fun here so you can see how this method works. Obviously the method I like using most frequently is using carbon paper, and obviously if you've drawn and painted with me before, you know how to use that. So I just want to show a different method. Let's make sure. So I'm just want to make sure everywhere there's a line that I want to transfer. I don't know how to show that on camera. Maybe you can kind of see that here. See how I've made sure it was dark enough around those edges. Okay, and I'll do the down here. You know, I'm going to wash my hands too. Not that I don't mind getting the drawing dirty. I just want to show that this can be a bit of a messy process. So, and I kind of want this drawing to be kind of clean, or just for it to appear clean on camera. So I'm just going to quickly wash my hands. Now, the one danger with this is because that's very susceptible to smudging and smearing, so... Sankit there, hello! So I kind of want to be kind of delicate with how much pressure I put on the paper. Okay, so now it's just a matter of going over the lines. I think I want to find a different color here so that it's very easy for me to see what I've drawn and what I haven't drawn. So what's maybe a purple? Okay, where should I start? I'm gonna start right here, just on that little finger. So you can see how it transferred that line from paper onto the drawing. And if I've done this well enough, I might not have to do any drawing on this page at all once I'm done. I might just have the drawing perfectly transferred. So we'll see. So let's bring these back up here. So again, I have to be very careful about not kind of putting pressure on areas that I have graphite there. Otherwise, that is going to leave big fingerprints there. So looking. It's a little, not. I might have to go back over it a little bit. If I was using the carbon paper, it might have made a transfer that was a little bit more consistent, especially if it was a brand new piece of carbon paper. Let's maybe do this hand here first. Not bad. Oh yeah, and there's this line down here. What is that? Okay. Let's come up here to her face. Let's see, where should we start? Down here. One thing you have to be a little bit careful of is the paper kind of has a tendency to kind of, you know, if you're drawing on it, it kind of might buckle a bit and kind of fold. And then sometimes, especially in facial features, you might do that, and then one eye feels a little bit, you know, askew. So that's why you see me moving my fingers around here to try to keep the paper from sliding too much without touching where the graphite is on the back side here. Okay, we ready for the big reveal? I got everything on there. Okay. Now, before you peel this paper off, you want to make absolutely sure that you've got all the lines transferred, because once you peel it off, you will never get it lined back up again. I mean, do I even want to do part of me just wants to leave it like that. I don't know. Let's see if I mean, you know what, let's trace it. I'm just thinking, part of me wants to just to preserve that. Maybe I will. I think I might just keep this taped in just for the future, so people can see how this method works. Maybe? Is that crazy? Okay, so I'm just gonna go back over top of my lines here. Maybe I'll draw with these hands down here. forgot the knuckles, didn't I? So that's one of those lines that I didn't notice before I peeled the paper off. You know what I just realized I maybe should have done is done these lines with like pen and then erased the graphite. Just occurred to me. Because that's something often artists might do. Okay. Oh, and then I forgot her little signature down here. How does that work? One. What a fun little signature. I love that. Sort of looks like a ghost from Pac-Man or something, doesn't it? That's cool. Another awesome part of her work. Okay, so let's just, now that we've got that done. Slight differences like in the forehead there, but we'll do a side-by-side comparison before we wrap up anyway. So I'm just going to preserve this in here like that for I don't know what reason, but it's a teaching tool, I guess. Okay. Sankeet says, why are we doing it like that? We could draw it normally. Yeah, absolutely, you could. But this is a drawing class, and I want to show people how they might be able to do a drawing like this. And, unless you've got a lot of experience, just going and drawing it like that might be a little bit too difficult for, I'd say, the vast majority of people. I might feel pretty confident doing something like that, but if I just did that, people are like, wow, that's really incredible. I wish I could do that one day. So the idea is showing you how artists might be able to get to an image like this if you've never done it before, so that you now know how you could do this. Because I actually think this image that she created was done in a similar sort of process. Like, to me, there's some hallmarks of tracing in this image. So I think she might have used a similar process to do this. It's also possible she drew it with pencil and then erased her lines and then went over it with ink. I'm not sure exactly how it was done. But artists do things like this in order to create the effect of effortlessness, that they can kind of pull it off, and it just looks like, wow, how you didn't, there's no eraser marks on there? Why does it look so perfect? Well, you just have to be born with this natural talent. That's the only explanation that makes any sense, right? Sankeet says, but isn't it cheating? Like, I don't know much about drawing or sketching. This might be a method. I don't know. Isn't it cheating? Well, yes, according to maybe some people, absolutely, it's cheating. If you want to see it that way. But then you'd also have to acknowledge Leonardo was a cheater, Michelangelo was a cheater, Picasso was a cheater, Frida Kahlo, Emily Carr. Every great artist was nothing but a cheater. Man, art is just one big scam, I guess, right? Because every great artist has used techniques like this. It's in the best interest of artists to make you think that this is cheating, because then you'll never do it. And instead of you doing it, you're going to go and spend thousands and thousands of dollars to buy art by somebody who does do it, right? So I think of this as like every artist is a small business, and small businesses will do whatever they can to make things better and faster and cheaper and more efficiently, right? And you'd kind of be a fool not to. And the example I often give is, let's say you went to your dentist and you said, oh, I got a really sore tooth. I don't know which one it is. Oh, but it really hurts. What can you do? And the dentist's like, well, probably gonna have to pull that tooth. I'm like, okay, sure. And you sit back, and then the dentist is like, I want you to know that I'm a real dentist. I don't believe in cheating like some of those other lazy dentists out there. And you're like, oh yeah, of course. Yeah, why would, what does that mean? Well, I don't use x-rays. That's just something, that people who aren't good enough at dentistry, that's what they do. They just, I'm going to use an x-ray to figure out what tooth needs to be pulled. I don't believe in that kind of stuff. The way I like to do it is I just sort of look at the teeth and I go, that's the one I'm going to pull. Okay, so open up, lay back, let's pull out that tooth. Most people would be like, oh, wait a minute. I know you did, yeah, x-rays is cheating, but I just would feel a little bit more comfortable if we could just be absolutely sure that the tooth you're going to pull out of my mouth is the right one. What are you suggesting? That I'm not a good enough dentist? That you don't trust my ability to pull teeth? If your dentist said that to you, you'd be like, sorry, dude, like, I'm not gonna risk you pulling the wrong tooth just because of your ego, right? You could be like, whatever you need to do in order to find the right tooth, sure. But for some reason, when it comes to art, people have this hang-up that using any sort of method like this is cheating, just like you said. So for instance, this method that we just used is exactly the same method that Michelangelo got the images onto the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. I don't know, I mean, I haven't really heard that many people talk about Michelangelo as a cheater, but he did this exact same thing. So he drew these images out onto pieces of paper, parchment paper, or vellum, as it would have been called at the time, like animal skin. And then those pieces, those drawings would be gridded out by some of his assistants, and then they would be using a grid enlarged onto much larger sheets of paper. And then on those pieces of, after they've done that, so now they've got like a perfect drawing based on Michelangelo's original drawing, but it's much larger. And then they would poke little holes all over this drawing, all over the big drawing, put it up onto the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, and then using like a sock full of like charcoal powder, right, just like from a fireplace, they would take that sock and bang it all over that big piece of paper that's got little holes all over it, and then they'd peel that paper off the ceiling, and then you've got dotted lines all over where all the figures are, and then Michelangelo just has to paint fill in the color, right? Paint by numbers. I mean, it's obviously a little bit more complicated than all of that, but that's how Michelangelo did it. And most people, I've never heard anybody talk about Michelangelo cheating, like, man, how come he didn't just climb up those 3 stories on that scaffold, draw it all out, climb all the way back down, and look at it, oh, that arm is awkward, and then climb back. He would still be up there painting the Sistine Chapel. So this is a method that artists use all the time to get images done that look cleaner, more precise, and have that aura of effortless perfection, right? And that's what artists want, right? Same sort of thing, you go to a really nice restaurant and this dish just comes out and it's just, everything's perfectly placed. Well, I mean, we've seen enough, you know, Kitchen Nightmares or whatever episodes to know that, you know, there's all sorts of chaos that goes on in the kitchen that you don't see, you know, when, you know, on the plate as it's served to you, right? So it's in the benefit of the restaurant doesn't want you to generally, unless it's a Gordon Ramsay, what, Hell's Kitchen or whatever, you don't want to hear people yelling in there, and pots and pans and plates smashing and all sorts of craziness. In fact, think about if you've ever been to a restaurant and you hear all sorts of stuff happening in the kitchen, plates crashing, you're like, oh man, this you kind of start feeling, everything feels really chaotic back there. I don't have a good feeling about our food. Like, you know, I hear lots of stuff falling and swearing. Like, what if somebody dropped our hamburger on the floor? I don't even want to think about it. Let's just go. Right? So artists want you to think that their work was done easily without any trickery or cheating, because it kind of dilutes the brand a little bit. So, I hope that answers the question. But yeah, absolutely. People say that all the time. It's cheating. Some of you maybe been with me long enough. Remember, there was somebody years ago, I don't know, it was in the chat or on the Facebook group, who said something like they used this technique of transferring images using carbon paper, and, you know, their husband had been super supportive, was like, wow, you're doing such great work. And then this person told their husband, like, well, actually, this is how I do it. I use the carbon paper. And the husband was like, oh, so you've been cheating this whole time? Wow. And totally then dismissed the work that she'd been doing. And I think that person stopped painting and stopped making art altogether. which I just think is the most tragic thing on earth. Makes me super sad. But, you know, that's, again, most artists don't let you see the process as I'm showing you and I've been doing over the past number of years, for that very reason that artists are afraid of being called a cheater, that they're afraid that's going to affect how much their work is priced at and how much they can sell it for. So artists are often very secretive about their methods. And part of my goal in life is to make the creative process more transparent for people. Because I guarantee you, even though you now know how this is done, it doesn't mean the drawing just draws itself. You still have to get it to this stage in order to be able to cheat by transferring it onto another page, right? So it might, you know, this process, me just transferring, is like, oh, well, that's cheating. But how did I get this image like that, right? So, you know, anyway, I appreciate the question because it gives me an opportunity to rant for a little bit, and it's important for people to know that, like, that this is how a vast majority of artworks have been created over the years. You know what? I was going to go on to another rant, but you know what? Let's keep going. Banksy just uses stencils. Yeah. Okay. What was I going to do here? Let's go to the next artwork. Now let's go on to our third drawing that we're planning on doing for today. So let's look at that artwork. And ultimately, we're going to do a painted version of it, which she did. So she did this sketch and then turned it into this painting. And we're going to do that in a separate episode. Maybe it'll be the next episode. We'll see. So how do we get this image? And I've made another version here, just upping the contrast a little bit more to see if this would be helpful. Barbara says, I'm an addict. I actually had a nap earlier so I could stay up to watch Michael's live stream. You're so sweet, Barbara. Okay. So let's so I spent too much time trying to get this straight. Okay. Oh. Let's just make sure this is in focus. So, how do we want to start this drawing? Good question, Michael. I mean, that's a brilliant question. I don't know where you come up with these brilliant questions. Well, I don't know, Michael. It's just it's effortless, you know. It's just great questions. Okay. Well, again, we can. I'm just trying to think. For a second, I was thinking, well, you know what? Maybe I should do a drawing where I just draw this without doing any kind of sketching, and so that you can see how it looks when somebody just draws it perfectly from beginning to end. But then that's not really helpful to anybody. That's just me showing off a little bit. And so I think rather than waste everyone's time, let's just try to draw this. I'll be a little more structured here. So let's go to... So once again, how about let's find where the center of this sketchbook is. And I'd say that's probably right there. All right, so I'll put a little dot there. And I would say that's probably, where would you say? Maybe, I'd say maybe it's not quite her knee, but just a little bit below the knee there. So how about... You know, I was, you know what, let's see, it's hard because it's got to look good on camera. I was just thinking maybe I should use colored pencils, and then we could do, but then I just did that in the previous episode. So let's, since this is the most advanced one, I'll sketch it out, and then I'll erase it, and then I'll use a pen to finish it off. Okay, so that's what I'll do. I just want to show different techniques each time, right? Okay, so the first thing we can do, if we've decided that that's the knee, is let's kind of draw where we imagine this leg going. So I'm trying to kind of draw lightly enough that I'll be able to erase, but dark enough that you'll be able to see it on camera. Is that all? Is that? It's probably so light. It's going to be hard to see on camera, but I'll just keep going. So what I want to do now that I've got this kind of sketched out is start to kind of see how close I am where my positioning of shapes is. So if we've decided that that's the center, and maybe again I'll do let's do a line here again. Just so you can see what I'm doing here. So there's my line, and if I go up here, I notice that that's her head is actually more like this than where I drew it previously. All right, it's going to come right up through her face there. All right, so then I can erase a bit of that. mouth, tip of the nose, eye. In fact, since she's looking downward, I think I'll have to move those facial features further down, but I just want to get that in place. Because now she looks like she's, rather than looking down, she's sort of looking towards us. So all of these are going to shift down. In fact, let's do that right now. So her mouth will be here. Tip of her nose will be there. There you go. So just change the position of her head. Okay. Now I've got her arm here at this angle, but I look at... Oh, actually, no, before I even do that, let's just look down at her feet. Okay. So, okay, let's go back up to this arm. Are those feet? Let's look at how long that leg is. Let's say from there. How about we even go right from the tip of the toes to her knee? This length here. And then let's move this up there. Now we can see. So if that is almost, that's about the length there. And from the tip of the head, that's pretty much perfect. I was a little bit worried maybe those legs were a little bit long, but I think it's maybe because I haven't articulated more of the rest of her clothing and everything, her arms. So she's got this sketchbook here. Her head, hands, sleeve, I think maybe even that hand, if we think of like her head here, that hand is going to be probably, oops, might even be over here. All right, I'm just going to gently erase a bunch of this. Okay. This other hand there, there's the pen and her sleeve. I'm going to move that shoulder up. That's going to make it look like she's even more hunched down. supposed to be about the same, and this one's technically actually a bit lower. So I wish I figured that out before I spent time. So let's put that a little bit lower. Okay. What's lots of stuff in the chat there? Oh, asking about Lolly. That's right, I haven't seen or heard from her in a little bit. Silence says, I started learning to draw with your beginner course last year, and this is the first time I've caught your live stream. It feels like I'm meeting my idol. Oh, don't say things like that, or otherwise I'll start believing it. That's very sweet. Thank you, Silence. I appreciate that. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that you've been that you took the drawing class. Oh, that's so cool. The Evil Wolf says, hello, Michael. The way you break down concepts and encourage creativity has profoundly influenced all of us. Thank you for sharing your passion and knowledge so generously, and please never stop streaming. Oh, you guys. Barbara says, great teacher, Michael. So talented and so generous to share your skills with us. So you guys are so sweet. Oh, my goodness. Well, yeah, that's very nice. I don't know what to say. And I'm rarely at a loss for words. I appreciate that. Okay, let's go back to drawing here. Okay. Now I could really just draw all this in before I do anything else. But maybe if I feel like I'm looking at this and I feel like I think I've got things in relatively good place, I might be ready to start drawing. Oh no, oops. Darn it. Okay, it's gonna take me a second to bring all that back up. I was just rattled by these sweet things everyone was saying. It just, I just completely got. You guys should instead just say lots of mean things, and then I. No, don't say mean things. Why is that? This new. I made the mistake of updating the software for my computer, and everything always gets buggy for the first while until I figure out how to fix it. Okay. Misha says, I think some guys here today are from India too. It's such an amazing group from around the world, but I am lucky and pretty much all time works for me, but it is soon time to walk my dog, Yoki. Okay. Yes, your poor dog, waiting for you to wrap up so you can go. Well, again, these are recorded and you can watch them again at your convenience. Okay, just want to make sure I didn't have any messages from the school or something. So, let's go into drawing this. And I'm going to use a pen here, since we haven't done a drawing with a pen. I don't know if we've ever done a drawing class with a pen. So this is let's zoom in here. I love these Pitt pens by Faber-Castell. I have, like, there's the medium, fine, I think there's ultra fine and wide. There's a brush version of these, but these are great, really fun pens to use, and they are archival as well, which is really nice because you don't want to, like, you could use something like a ballpoint pen and that would work just fine, but the thing is that ballpoint pen, first of all, it can smudge very easily. It kind of gets a little gummy, and it's not archival, so it may change color over time, and because it's not archival, there's ink in there that might have acidic or base properties, which could change the color of the paper that the ink is on. So for, like, you know, and obviously, like, a cheap ballpoint pen can cost 50 cents or $1, and a pen like this can cost, how much does it cost? About $2 a piece. And yeah, that's, you know, 3 times as much, 4 times as much, depending on how much your ballpoint pen is. And yet this is going to ensure this drawing, as long as the paper it's on is also archival, could last for 1,000 years or so. They tell us, right? we don't really know because this pen's only been around for maybe 50 years, but ideally it should be able to stand the test of time. Okay, so maybe need to zoom in just a little bit more. Now, if you're doing this drawing, you may want to spend more time getting the details exactly the way you want them before you go over it with a pen, so that there's less guesswork happening with the pen. And if I'm, you know, with a pencil, I can erase it to my heart's content. With a pen, you know, if I make a mistake, I'm kind of stuck with it, which kind of ups the ante a little bit. But that's what we're here for, right? A little bit of wildness every once in a while. So where should we start? I think I'm going to start... One thing with the sketchbook is the pages keep shifting a little bit here. I'm going to start with this line there, this kind of around her eyebrow there. And then let's bring her hair I'm just noticing that this has got a bit of a kind of little smile happening there. That hair is a little bit high, isn't it? Oh my goodness. Oh, see, my hand was covering up where my... Okay. well, you can't make them perfect all the time. And since now we know how we could redraw this and make it perfect, if I really was interested in that, I could just start this drawing over and over and over until I got it perfect. I like how she's got the kind of the hair and, you know, being semi-transparent for those lines for the cheeks there. That's not on camera. All right, I see already her heads maybe could have been turned a little bit more. Okay, but let's keep on going. Let's go. Oops, that's too far. Okay, I'm gonna probably start here with this thumb. You'll notice I really don't have any lines under here to refer to, so I'm kind of making it up as I go. Okay, now where does this go down here? And you'll see what happened here is, as I was drawing, I was realizing, well, if that's the edge of her book... I got a package here. Sorry, 1 second. I was going to run and grab it. Okay, let's get back to work. Okay. Let's do this knee right here. And we'll walk over to the side. So I'm also looking for like angles. Like, what is the angle of this chair? It's basically horizontal. And then we come back down. And then where does it line up? Like, that's... battery. Why is that not... Okay. And I like this. Oh, that man, that's beautiful. Showing kind of that one knee is in front of the other. This is a pretty complex little drawing here because we've got, you know, the foot on the, I guess, on our left, you know, is kind of in front down here, but then it's in behind up there. Not sure exactly. It's interesting that this can. Well, let's just do it. Let's just follow the master, and because it's like this kind of continues across both feet here. Kind of strange, but I like it. Okay, and then these toes. Oh, that looks like a big foot. Oh, you're just gonna have big feet. Okay. Oops. Oh well. Let's shift over. I guess we'll keep it like that right there. Or what am I looking at here? There, I think that's closer. So, I think I want to tackle this hand before I go too much further. So we got that part of the pointer finger here. Some awkward about how did something I'm not liking what I just did there, but maybe it's fine. I don't know. It's hard to see it. I'll have to look at it in context with the rest of the drawing. I'm not gonna judge myself too harshly until I have a clearer idea of the bigger picture. Sometimes that's what I've done, is I end up fiddling with something because I think it's wrong, and then later on I'm like, what? It was totally fine this whole time. What was I thinking? And I'm just comparing these. This. Oops. Oh well. Now what is this line? Okay. Let's see, there's the... Okay. And then let's erase all of these pencil lines. And it now kind of appears like I just did this drawing perfectly without having to do any sort of sketching or planning. It just came out perfectly right off the tip of my pen. Look at that. Just looks seamless. I love using the kneadable erasers because they don't leave any residue. And this makes the high contrast here with these bright lights is like kind of optical illusion. My eyes just can hardly see. Okay. Sankit says, Michael, what are those numbers at the top? It's the date. Yeah, Misha. It's, what would be that? That would be February 12th, 1929? I think, unless that's December 2nd, 1929. Depends. Different. I think in Europe, it's, those of you who are in Europe, I think it's the Europeans do day, month, year. Whereas here in North America, it's more common to have month, day, year. So, since she was German, although her mother was American, good question. I would bet that the Roman numerals are the month. So I would bet you this is December 2nd, 1929. But you guys let me know. What day do you think that is? And it's definitely 1929. We know this is it's not like that. Usually the year is always at the end, but that's yeah. Obviously that this system of numbering things, we don't see. Well, at least I don't see that very often here in North America. But other people who do might maybe that's the standard in Germany or in Europe. I don't know. Singer says, I'm loving this. Definitely a ring that Kandinsky gave her around her chain. Well, so by this time, so this is about 10 years after Kandinsky bailed on her and his promise to marry her. So one would hope by this time she had moved on from him. She did marry another guy who I forgot to talk about, who actually turned out to be a pretty good guy and founded the foundation, Gabriele Münter Foundation. I think it's her and him. And so, despite the fact that Kandinsky did not fulfill his promise to marry her after siphoning all of her money away and going on all those fantastic trips and things, she did end up with a pretty good guy who helped ensure her legacy, and so, which is that is kind of a nice little rainbow on the life of Gabriele Münter, in that in one of those rare cases where you have a man behind the scenes supporting a woman, because as I'm sure a lot of people watching right now know, it's kind of almost always the opposite, where you have this guy in the spotlight and some woman tirelessly working away in the background to ensure that to ensure his success. Whereas here's an instance where she did end up, and let's get his name on here, because it would be a shame for me to not give him some due credit here. It's gonna take me a second. Let me just get the Lebendhaus is the Lenbach House is like a major museum in Munich. It's like the Munich Museum of Modern Art. And in within that museum is this collection that Gabriele Münter and Johannes Eichner Foundation. And so yeah, Johannes Eichner was the artist's life partner. I can't remember when does it say when they met? I don't know. But it just so happened that he was good friends with one of the founders and directors of the museum itself, and so he was able to help place her work in a really good collection in her hometown, which is really important. It's important for an artist's work to be in the right collection so that it can be seen by as many people as possible, and by the quote-unquote right people, as opposed to just wealthy people who hoard it all and no one ever sees it. You know, for it to be in a public collection where school kids and travelers and people from all walks of life can see their work. Okay. So yeah, I should have that's something I didn't mention in the first episode. So I'm happy that goodness, like had she not found an actual stand-up guy who really helped support her work, who knows how the rest of her story would have turned out. So let's not that she needed a guy to make that happen. It could have been a woman, or she could have done it all by herself too. So let's just let's just make sure we're not stirring up any trouble here, right? We have arrived to that time in the episode where we're going to compare these drawings to the originals and see how they turned out. And are these drawings that you might want to do? And if you're just tuning into the episode right now and you jump to this chapter, you can see how these drawings turned out. You're like, oh, that's interesting. I want to see how that was made. I want to do that drawing. So before we do so, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when the future episodes are taking place. Obviously, this one was a few hours earlier than I normally do it, so if you got those notifications enabled, you will know where and when to tune in. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, $5, $10, $1.5 million, whatever feels comfortable, whatever you've got in the couch cushions there, consider using the PayPal link. That's what it looks like when you scan that QR code, and here you can safely donate to support the channel. Also, other ways you could donate would be send an e-transfer or check in the mail. I'm not supported by any sponsors. I get like about 3 or 4 messages every day from... I should show these emails, just the most random stuff. Like, why would I... Like, people who want me to sell makeup or like furniture. It's like, why would I, what does that have to do with anything? Anyway, so I'm totally supported by people like yourself, and that helps pay these bills, and has allowed me to continue doing this years after I began. Maybe not next week, but the week after is when we're doing our next free feedback session. So if you want to participate in that, join the Facebook group and upload your work to the Facebook group. That's what it looks like. And I'm looking forward to seeing how many people have tried doing one of the Gabriele Münter drawings. Oops, that's where we are at. So let's take a look. Where should we? Let's go back to the beginning here. So that's the original. And then I also widened it out a little bit. So this is the first drawing that we made earlier. Feels like a lifetime ago. And let's just compare how these turned out. I mean, I'm pretty happy with it. You know, as I look at it, you can see I drew the eyes a little bit too small, and that eye really should be touching her nose. Maybe her lips could be bigger. So when I did this, all the facial features shrunk down a little bit. I didn't get it right there either, right? But close enough. Good enough for government work, as my grandfather used to say. Should we zoom in on these a little bit? Let's... I mean, I think with the drawing it's pretty clear, but you know, once we start zooming in, it's going to become way more apparent where I've maybe missed the mark. But this was supposed to be our beginner introductory drawing anyway. I feel pretty good about that. Let's just sort of look at the tree there. You know, I could, you know, you could see how much wider those lines are. I mean, that's like a grease pencil or something, which actually might have been how she drew that, actually, now that I think about it. To create that lithograph, that's actually probably exactly what she used, rather than a pencil. Ah, you see, sometimes sometimes it takes like, you know, hours of looking at a drawing, especially recreating one of these drawings before, you know, things kind of click a little bit. You know, again, you could see how I kind of tried to get that same kind of speed and looseness of mark making there. I didn't get those hay bales quite so low back there. Yeah, feel good about that. Okay, let's zoom back out here. Okay, that was our first drawing. Let's go to our next one. And so you recall how we sketched this out, and then I used graphite. You could use any kind of pencil to do this, and you can kind of see maybe a little bit of the lines on the other side. Anyway, I use that to transfer that image onto the other piece of paper, and then I went back over top of it with a pencil just to kind of darken those lines. So I suppose let's zoom in here as well. You know, it's not perfect, but considering, you know, I've sketched that without using a template and I drew it by eye, I think it's not bad. I mean, I do notice that there's, you know, slight changes, like, you know, maybe that eye could be a little bit bigger. The forehead here, a little bit straighter across. But I don't think the differences are big enough that it would, that it makes the drawing fall apart at all. I think those fingers are okay there. Actually, I can see here a little bit of whiteout happening there. I wonder what that was about. Interesting. So that does tell me that you probably used a pen for this drawing. Again, little changes here. That arc could be there. Close enough. You can see there's little areas there that could be erased or try to fix up. And then there's her signature down there in the bottom, which I love, this little Pac-Man thing. That is cool. That's awesome. Okay. And then our final drawing of the day. It's pretty hard to see there, so maybe we'll go to the lighter version. And then that one there. And this one I'll use to do a painting because she also turned her drawing into a painting, so I want to do the same here. So anyway, that's, we look side by side at these. Now again, there's little differences as I look at that. I think this would probably be her back of her thigh. That probably could be a little bit wider there. But you know, all in all, and like same sort of thing, like these feet look maybe bigger than they should be. But I think it's coherent enough. There's an internal logic that makes enough sense that I don't feel too bad. Like, I think it's not surprising to me that the most, I would say probably if there's any kind of quote unquote problems, it all happened in this area. Because where I kind of began with the face, and I captured this area, and then I went down here, did all this, and then came back up. And so those kinds of loose ends kind of get magnified there. If I really wanted to try to keep this as kind of problem-free as possible, first of all, I would have spent more time sketching it out and ensuring that there weren't any discrepancies there. And then I probably, as I drew it, I would have kind of tried to kind of bounce around so that it's not like all of those problems, you know, are getting swept into this one little corner. But again, not a big deal, but just trying to kind of describe maybe where my struggles might have been here. So maybe let's start there. Okay, how about let's go back up to her face here. So one of the things that's most immediately apparent to me is that her head, I've got her head here on that angle, and I look at this and I think, you know, it's probably more like that. Which just gives her, in Münter's original artwork, maybe a sense that she's being drawn even deeper into the notes or drawing that she's writing there. That whereas with my drawing, her head is maybe up a little bit more, so might just that little subtle, it's almost like a bit of an animation that this is, you know, the frame or two before her head moves down to the right a little bit there. I'd also say that maybe I rounded this face out a little bit more. As I look at hers, that the original, the jaws is quite narrow. So she's a little bit thinner in the original than in my own drawing. And you know, it's just important to realize that there's distortions are going to happen, right? That the idea of trying to do it perfectly from beginning to end without any variation whatsoever is kind of like a fool's errand, right? The likelihood that that's going to happen is just about zero, unless you're some kind of creepy robot, not RoboCop, but robo artist or something, Robo Casso, Robo Münter. I feel pretty good about that. Like, I was not too happy with the way I originally did those fingers, but it actually turned out okay. I probably, what I would have done in the future would have been to draw her pointer finger first, because that's kind of in front of the other digits in the pencil, whereas right now it's sort of all kind of compressed together. So just that'll be a little lesson for the future for me. I should know that by at this stage. Let's just go down here. Just continue this. Might as well. Oh, I like, there's that. Little fold, I like that. Get to your comment there in a second, Senga. Let's look at this here. Right, so again, I would say probably the weakest part of my drawing is that hand. I think just the fingers could be a little bit bigger. Otherwise, you know, actually not that far off. Okay. Cool. Not bad for a few hours work. Right, I'd be so interested to know which artworks people did, if any. Whew, okay. Well, feel a little bit brain dead after all that. But that's cool. We did 3 drawings by one of my favorite artists of all time, and an artist that I think deserves to be mentioned alongside, you know, Picasso and Matisse, and certainly Kandinsky, her former partner. I think Gabriele, Münter, one of the greatest of all time, and we're going to spend time doing at least one more episode focusing on her, this time transferring our final drawing into a painting, just like she did, so that we can just see how that whole process goes from beginning to end. Thank you so much for painting or drawing along with me today. I hope you have a great afternoon or morning or middle of the night. Some of you better get to sleep. It's been a few hours here we've been at it. Senga says, Michael, I've been offered if I know any artist who has art they want to sell in a shop in Anniesland, Glasgow. It's just opening if anyone is interested. Wow, awesome. Maybe post something about that on our Facebook group, and we'll see who might want to take you up on that. Just be careful about things like that. Sometimes galleries might want you to pay to exhibit with them. There's lots of kind of sketchy things that can happen in the art world. The art world is kind of like the most unregulated Wild West of all, kind of basically of any industry left on earth. A lot of it's done with handshakes and kind of verbal agreements. So just, you know, feel free if once you kind of contact that gallery owner to let me know what the situation that they're proposing is, and I can let you know if it sounds legit or not. Not that, you know, again, I'm not saying there's anything that isn't a legit opportunity. It's just even some people coming from other industries who might want to set up their own gallery might not be so aware of maybe how things run. And so I'm just happy giving anybody advice so that everyone is safe and everyone is happy. I think art should be something that brings joy into the world, or at least helps us get closer to a more positive world, the world that I want to live in and that I want my daughter to grow up in as well. So thank you so much. We'll see you guys in their next episode. There's a bunch of really cool stuff coming down the pipeline, so I can't wait for you to join me for that. Take care. We'll see you guys very soon. Have a great night. We'll see you again